until the transfer. And by the way, watch yourself. If you go and choke on unlawful belligerents like you just did in front of the wrong guy, you might join him in lockup. So shut up and keep watch.
Don't tell me you didn't hear that. Were you asleep or something?
If anyone's here, come out now.
I think you're seeing things.
Let's check it out. Let's get him!
Acknowledged.
You had it!
Cover me! Reloading! In cover!
Shit. I'm glad Berg and the LT are flying back to the base. They both look like they're head off. They're not each other's shorts. Doesn't surprise me. I get the feeling this guy's about to talk about it. Probably can't.
I'm not sure about that. This one's not like our usual unlawful belligerents. Did you hear how it went down when they found him? It took 8 guys. Plus, I was upstairs and I saw the equipment they took off him. And what about those augments?
Well, it's none of your business who he is. We just have to guard him until the transfer. And by the way, watch yourself. If you go and choke on unlawful belligerents like you just did in front of the wrong guy, you might join him in lockup. So shut up and keep watch.
Patrol to Charlie. Anomalous reading in sector D6. Monitor.
Jesus, what is it now? We just got here. Now we gotta move?
You'd rather keep standing in an empty passageway? At least this gives us something to do. Come on.
Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading. Docking bay confirmed.
That's far enough. He's on the run!
I'm out. Oh, shit.
You didn't hear that?
Damn, am I hearing things? If anyone's here, come out now.
Holding for dark confirmation. Thrusters fall back, slowing to 5 knots.
So one of the things that was kind of important for us is we had this whole discussion at the beginning because you start out in a boat, and since this wasn't a part of a human revolution, it was supposed to be a downloadable content, we wanted to kind of start the player off not necessarily knowing they were in a boat, but giving these subtle details.
Yeah, we were trying to convey that. We didn't tell you outright, at least at first we didn't want to tell you outright you were in a boat, but we had to convey the impression that, okay, you're in a boat, so it moves and it sways from left to right, you have everything rocking. And the thing is, we had very little tech development for the DLC because it was an expansion, it wasn't a new game per se. So we tried faking stuff like just shaking the camera, but it would look a bit weird because the character wouldn't react to the swaying of the boat, so you'd have this impression that people are magically standing perpendicular to the swayed floor. So we only had stuff like, if you look at the ceiling right now, the nets are moving slightly. We had a few animated objects to try and convey, and of course sound ambience mostly gave away the idea that it was a boat, but we were very limited in how we could convey the feeling that it's a rocking boat and there's a storm outside.
If anyone's here, come out now.
said stay here, so we stay here.
Bank station control
Besides, we have the
confirmed.
base for
Better not be. I'm getting nauseous. Christ, it's damp in here. And look at this wall. I could probably kick a hole in it. It's so weak. This place is falling apart.
Don't try it. Saw a couple of barrels of explosives in the next room.
You kidding me? I know this thing is state of the art and mostly automated, but that's just crazy.
Adjusting main ballast tanks. Dropping draft 2 meters. Waiting for dock confirmation. Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control confirmed. Thrusters full back, slowing to 5 knots. Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control confirmed. Adjusting main ballast tanks. Dropping draft 2 meters. Waiting for dock confirmation. Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control confirmed. Thrusters full back, slowing to 5 knots. Adjusting main ballast tanks. Dropping draft 2 meters. Thrusters full back, slowing to 5 knots. Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control confirmed. Holding for dog confirmation. Thrusters fall back, slowing to 5 knots. Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control confirmed. Adjusting main ballast tanks. Dropping draft 2 meters.
Yeah, from the playtest, those alternate paths inside the corridor itself came out very strongly, very good, and I'm pretty proud of those because I try to add alternatives to just walking down the corridor based on the timing of the patrol, or adding the infamous air vent, which I didn't want to do, even though we do have some air vents in the cargo, as it is obvious. But those work very well, so I'm pretty proud of trying to put the player in trying to figure out using his observation and still using the ability of looking at the patrol still in the same environment, like inside the corridor itself, but still slightly off and being safe, and but not fully safe, so you have to time yourself between those openings, and it worked really well. I'm pretty glad about those.
Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control confirmed. Holding for dog confirmation.
So the secret stash was an interesting thing because we wanted to make sure that the players' choices early on in the game would determine what kind of equipment.
Pritchard, is that you?
I'm unlocking the door.
You're breaking up.
Fine, but see, I see.
Adjusting main ballast tanks. Dropping draft 2 meters. tanks. Drop and draft 2 meters.
So the secret stash was an interesting thing because we wanted to make sure that the players' choices early on in the game would determine what kind of equipment they got here.
Yeah, exactly. And through the initial conversation we had with
Netanya.
I mean, Netanya, Nadia, I always confuse it. Anyway, so yeah, during the conversation, I suggested that we have some kind of a branching moment inside the conversation. Not necessarily just role playing for the player, which from time to time we wanted to support in some moment. Not always just a debate conversation, but having those little moments that behind the scenes, the player without knowing, we're actually doing some checks, and depending on how you answer to Netanya, you actually have a different gear that we give you. So I basically have 4 scenarios that I triggered based on how you portray the conversation, how you did the conversation itself, and I just swapped the proper scenarios with the proper gear inside.
And we were always curious because we didn't want to make it super obvious that you're picking stealthy and not stealthy when we were writing the dialogues, but we had to. And then the whole setup of the stuff, because we had to get across the idea that it had been left behind by the secret helper.
More importantly, what we created is people kind of realize, but Jensen is all bloodied up, and once he gets his suit, he's all clean. And we basically did if you notice, after you take the stash, you'll notice a bunch of little medical pads, bloodied and stuff, as though Jensen had washed himself with, he cleaned himself with the medicament, the medical supplies that someone provided him there. And it was the first time basically that we had a swap of character during the gameplay. So that was one of the rare technical development that was done for the DLC.
Clear landing pad for liftoff. Rifleman bank station control confirmed. Thrusters fall back. Slowing to 5 knots. Unstable detected.
So you're about to experience the beginning of a quest, actually, a side quest that was totally secondary when there's a crash in one of the cargo holds that happens out of sight.
Yep.
This was a real fun one to try and work out.
It's a typical issue where we already have the level design pretty nailed and produced, and we're trying to polish the experiment, but we're still waiting on the actual scripted event itself and how to push it further. And we had all the ideas on paper, but trying to have the everything done specifically during the time frame we had was very difficult. And basically what I wanted to do is, in addition to the actual objective of the mission itself, I wanted to add some extra to the player. And since we didn't we were in hostile territory. Trying to add a side quest inside the cargo was basically a no-go.
And
Impossible.
story-wise, we wanted to kind of foreshadow some very important events
Yeah,
that are going to happen
exactly,
later
exactly.
on in the game.
So that's why I added all those life pods. And as soon as you enter, the original idea is as soon as you enter the room, you see this huge container because of the storm outside, with just crashing, everything explode, and it actually create a hole in the ground where you see this secret area of life pods. But it didn't work out as pretty as I wanted because of technical issues and trying. Like I said, the level design was already pretty far ahead, and we still didn't know how exactly we would crash the container and the amount of time we had to do, and we had in to actually create this type of scripted event. So basically, we very at the end we were able with Steve Tukowski, the audio designer, helped us on working the audio part, and then with the FX we had a very tiny container just falling. So if you go very quickly, you can see the container itself, but we had to make sure that the physical space between that event and the player did not screw up anything where the player trying to interact with it and whatnot. So
Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system. Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system. Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system. Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system. Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system. Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system. Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system. Container breach detected. Stasis pod failure imminent. Manual reinitiation of stasis pod life support needed. Stasis pod O2 saturation levels decreasing. Service oxygen delivery system.
So right now we're looking at our lovely little secondary objective where we have someone is locked inside the life pod and their life support, because of the accident with the containers, has all their life support is slowly failing. And we kind of wanted to encourage the player to basically try and save this person so we could have a later payoff for your good deeds, and also to form the rest of the story. This was a lot of fun to try and draw players' attention to
Well,
and help them understand what was going on.
Well, we went back to it one or two times during the project where we added new stuff like there's red lighting in the broken pod, there are sparkles, everything is disorganized. We tried to attract the player there, and for some reason this particular area came out in the playtest where we needed to make sure the player noticed that, so yeah.
And every single one of those life pods that are in this area that has somebody who's been kidnapped or arrested in there has a lovely little e-reader on it. And how many did you have us write for you there, Frank?
I think like 72. Mark was the writer who helped me on the cargo. I actually came to him and I said, I would need all those info books. I need them to be specific by those characters because I want to have more background. And he actually, after he stopped crying, he actually did it, and it's pretty cool. So we had some fun with it.
We thought on the writing team, we thought it was a great idea until we knew that there were 72 of them. And but Mark was super creative. If you go through and read them, you'll find all sorts of little hidden jokes. In fact, you'll actually discover that some of the people from Gilligan's Island are locked in some of those pods.
Yeah, exactly.
But the whole point was ultimately to let you know that this person was hurt. And if you saved this person, we had trouble trying to figure out what the reward would be back in once you got farther on in through the game. And we ended up, basically the reward that we end up giving you is through a dialogue
Yeah, with Quinn.
with Quinn,
Well,
who is a merchant.
The most challenging part was not to tell the player who's helping the player. That sort of, it was supposed to be a secret at that point. And then the reward needed to be something kind of casual, kind of, it's a good deed, so you're supposed to feel good about it, but I'm not going to help you too much. So if you do save the person in the pod, then Quinn, which you meet later in the missing link, turns out to be helping you and give you like a bit of a discount at his little like on the side store sort of thing.
So everything has a payoff somehow in this game.
Everything has a purpose.
Choice and consequences.
Cue Deus Ex music.
So right now, if you go into the corner of just in front of you, you'll notice an open container sprayed with bullets, which was a request from the story team to start off the big legend of Jensen who got captured.
Yes.
Big
Well,
boogeyman.
we figured that the way this was segueing from the Human Revolution, Jensen had gotten inside a life pod, and the next thing you know, when you're playing the missing link, he's beat up, he's been captured, but you never got to see that capture. So we really wanted to have a place in the boat where you actually could find where he had been. He had been captured, discovered, and show that he was not taken down easily.
Yeah, so we kind of crooked the containers and spent a bit of time making blood and bullet impact in there. We spent like 2 days on that thing, just modifying that setup a bit so that it looks, for some reason, the guards cleaned the bodies there, but they left some sniper rifle or something like that in there. I think it's a combat rifle that lies. There's weapons that are lying around for you to take.
And if you pay attention to the overheads, you'll notice that Jensen's acts of bravery got bigger and bigger and bigger in terms of the number of people that he took out in order to do this, as normally happens with rumors that are going around.
You know, it got to be so cool in production that we decided to make an achievement out of it. So it's more like it's not an Easter egg like you said, but it's sort of a nice little reward for the player who, you know, sticks with it. And it's a really interesting story.
So right now we're looking at our lovely little secondary objective where we have someone is locked inside the life pod, and their life support, because of the accident with the containers, has all their life support is slowly failing. And we kind of wanted to encourage the player to basically try and save this person so we could have a later payoff for your good deeds, and also to form the rest of the story. This was a lot of fun to try and draw players' attention to and help them understand what was going on.
Well, we went back to it 1 or 2 times during the project where we added new stuff like there's red lighting in the broken pod, there are sparkles, everything is disorganized. We tried to attract the player there, and for some reason this particular area came out in the playtest where we needed to make sure the player noticed that, so yeah.
And every single one of those life pods that are in this area that has somebody who's been kidnapped or arrested in there has a lovely little e-reader on it. And how many did you have us write for you there, Frank?
I think like 72. Mark was the writer who helped me on the cargo. I actually came to him and I said, you know, I need all those info books. I need them to be specific by those characters because I want to have more background. And he actually, after he stopped crying, he actually did it, and it's pretty cool. So we had some fun with it.
We thought on the writing team, we thought it was a great idea until we knew that there were 72 of them. And but Mark was super creative. If you go through and read them, you'll find all sorts of little hidden jokes. In fact, you'll actually discover that some of the people from Gilligan's Island are locked in some of those pods.
Yeah, exactly.
But the whole point was ultimately to let you know that this person was hurt. And if you saved this person, we had trouble trying to figure out what the reward would be back in once you got farther on in through the game. And we ended up, basically the reward that we end up giving you is through a dialogue with Quinn,
Well,
who is a merchant.
The most challenging part was not to tell the player who's helping the player. That sort of, you know, it was supposed to be a secret at that point. And then the reward needed to be something kind of casual, kind of, it's a good deed, so you're supposed to feel good about it, but, you know, I'm not going to help you too much. So if you do save the person in the pod, then Quinn, which you meet later in the missing link, turns out to be helping you and give you like a bit of a discount at his little like on the side store sort of thing.
So everything has a payoff somehow in this game.
Everything has a purpose.
Choice and consequences.
Cue Deus Ex music.
Yeah, over here we have the first cargo room, the first big environment that I wanted the player actually to play around with the environment. How to you can actually see the exit of that room towards the bridge, towards your next your actual next objective, trying to contact the Pritchard and help actually get help. But the thing is, because you came from a very tight corridor-ish, a very narrow type of environment, very heavy intentions, I want to change the pace a bit. So I focus more about the environmental puzzle. And the thing is, since we just did the whole production of Deus Ex HR Human Revolution, we were pretty good with our tools in the editor itself, and we were able to actually do more complex type of interactive objects.
Like that one here, you're standing on a container that can move in different area. It's to a player it looks like a simple object. You just press a button and it moves, but it requires certain scripting, and this is one object that we could do only because we mastered our tools after the development of DX Human Revolution. So we were able of doing those more complicated objects. Well, to us they are more complicated, and at little fees actually. So that's one of the added perks of doing a DLC, mastering your tools.
And the thing is, because the container is very in our face, we wanted to play around with it. It's very Deus Ex. You can actually explore the environment or find open containers and find your own way towards the exit, not necessarily needing to use the container itself. So trying to use the augmentations, jumping and whatnot. So that's pretty cool.
Okay, so you're out of the boat right now and you see this storm in front of your eyes, and this is where we display fully the full extent of the new shader development we did for the DLC. This was all content driven without programmers. It's what we could do with our tools. So there's it's not a new engine per se like people tend to say, it's just new shaders that we used. You have better lighting, you have better shading everywhere, the lighting, you have better contrast, you have the full frame glow, which kind of gives this extra edge of lighting everywhere. And actually full frame glow is probably the cheapest thing we added and the most rewarding technology we added as far as ramping up the graphics in there. So, and you see how we cheated the storm. Basically, you can feel here that the boat is moving. It's actually just the sky around you moving. You have this enormous mesh with water. All the vertex of the water are kind of moving back and forth. Particles are being emitted. All of this mesh, all the water around you, all the ocean and the sky, this is swaying left and right. The boat is actually entirely stationary. It just gives the illusion that the boat is moving because everything else around it moves.
And the sound really helps to sell that as well. All that storm noise and etc.
Yeah, so this is all that set up here. Even the rain, you have this rain in front of you, which for most of the development we didn't want to put in there. We weren't sure we were able to pull it off in time, but the FX guy made a jump for it toward the end, and it was really great once it was in.
Same with all those spec op assholes. They're nothing without their offense.
Maybe, but you can't say they aren't effective. I heard rumors about what they did in the pirate town on TV. Scorched.
I saw that! Stop him!
saw this white hallway. At the beginning, this always was the same set of corridors and the other one you saw at the beginning of the cargo. But because we're out of the storm and we just got back in, the art director wanted to have a stark change of visual pacing. So this white corridors is very calm, which is a stark contrast to the storm that you have outside. It was something we did at the end of the DLC. We scrambled this set of assets for about 5 days, which was really fast actually. And I think it's a great call from the art director. That's the kind of thing that an art director is made for, just changing pace of the scene, and it makes sense in the context of the storm.
The CIC laser array active? We've got to make sure everything's by the book from now on.
Affirmative. Everything seems to be in order. The CIC is secure.
Good. I'm sure there's going to be a security procedures analysis once we dock. Command won't be happy about the breach.
Listen, the automated systems were activated. They detected a stowaway and we detained him. Simple. There's no security concern on this ship.
I think the concern is over who this guy is and what he's doing.
That's above our pay grade. Let the big heads discuss that.
Is the CIC late?
I've got you!
Is the CIC laser array active? We've got...
I just hear something.
So you have those surface table in front of us. If you walk to one of these tables, you'll see a bunch of assets propped up out of the table.
It's like a holographic table.
Kind of an holographic table. This is the most advanced shader we've done on those current generation hardware. You have all of this in front of you is some meshes, but mostly a shader that gives this 3D volumes. It's something we don't quite see on console, so we kind of went overhead with that. We was a party of shaders. The main thing about that is to try and, if you give attention to what's on the table, it's showing the boat getting ready to dock.
Yeah, because we're in an enclosed room, and we wanted to give the sense that, you know, we are approaching a base. You saw the base out on the deck, but we couldn't really show you any of that because we don't have any technology to show that you're moving forward and all this stuff.
Yeah,
so
the boat doesn't actually advance.
So we kind of put the surface tables on to A, give it a sense that, okay, now I see that we're supposedly docking at a base, and B, also to give us a sense of this is a military boat. And a lot of the designs in this room were kind of trying to show that this is more of a military base boat.
Stabilizing fins deployed. Roll reduced to acceptable values. Rifleman Bank Station, bearing R337.5 relative. Initiating docking approach. Starboard bow thrusters to 1/3. Stabilizing fins deployed. Roll reduced to acceptable values.
Heavy storms, good visibility becoming toward.
Richard,
Francis Pritchard isn't going to be hearing you anytime soon, Breton. Autono this close to the base. He's jamming array.
who the hell are you?
Someone who's gone to a lot of trouble to make your escape look like accident. I was hoping you wouldn't call quite so much attention to it on your way to this room. But one works with the tools he has. Get to the aft cargo bay. Find the sally port there and enter it. You're going to encounter more resistance. But the longer you stay undetected, the better off your future will be.
Let's secure the CIC. The compartment alarms have not been confirmed, but we've already had one breach this trip.
I'm sure some of the boys are just a little jumpy about the agent pickup. But you're right. Let's not take any chances. Burke's pissed enough.
Stabilizing fins deployed. Roll reduced to acceptable values.
Rain, then squally showers before becoming moderate. X-ray 9er, north 7 to severe gale 9. Heavy storms, good visibility, becoming poor in showers, moderate icy. Unsettled weather affecting Thailand and Strait of Malacca. Expect scattered squally showers and thunderstorms.
Rifleman rank station bearing R337.5 relative.
Occasional rain, visibility moderate or poor, sea fog warning.
So this was a very crucial story moment for us because this was the moment when we reveal that Jensen's getting help from someone. And we wanted to, from a story purpose, you want this to be a very pivotal, important moment. You want the player to focus on it. But we were limited in our cutscene budget for this, so we couldn't really do it as a cutscene and ensure that. We had to actually make it more of what we call a forced conversation.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
the conversation itself had to also react to what the player had done earlier, whether he'd played stealthy or not. So we had a lot of challenges in pulling this one off, from both a writing standpoint but also a technical standpoint.
It was a very complex conversation to do technically because like we did with the first conversation with Netanya, where depending on how you role play in the conversation, we have different gear, and then from then how you play the first section, the trying to exit that environment and getting to the control room to call Pritchard for letting him know that you held hostage somewhere, etc. And then, as you said, it is a reveal that the player also get help from a mysterious contact with that character on the screen, but also he's still isolated from the world because he cannot contact externally to his buddies. But yeah, technically the conversation also tracks the action of the player. Did you get seen by by NPCs, by combatants and all? A very good Deus Ex type of mission scripting. So I'm pretty proud of this one, and
it was very reminiscent of the first Deus Ex because we
Exactly.
wanted this mysterious contact, like in the original Deus Ex, to help you get free as well.
yeah, exactly. And also we had a lot of discussion trying to how do we show that character on the screen, and we at some point we wanted to have a character hidden somewhere outside of the world in an empty space and actually have a camera on his face and see an actual character, but we couldn't technically do it properly, so we basically just did this animated texture with a fake robotic voice behind, so that it ended up pretty good, but yeah, it's good.
X-ray 9er, north 7 to severe gale 9. Heavy storms, good visibility, becoming poor in showers, moderate icy. Unsettled weather affecting Thailand and Strait of Malacca. Expect scattered squally showers and
Docking
thunderstorms.
approach.
Lightning forecast for mid-area 1011. 7 Thundery showers, moderate to good visibility, occasionally.
Access granted.
Equator to 12 south between 90 and 142, and southward to coast. Occasional rain. Visibility moderate or poor. Sea fog warning.
Starboard bow thrusters to 1/3.
Delta Echo November. Southwest gale 8 to storm 10. Veering west. Severe gale 9 to violent storm 11. Rain, then squalling showers. 4 becoming moderate. X-ray 9er, north 7 to severe gale 9. Heavy storms, good visibility becoming poor and showers, moderate icing.
Stabilizing fins deployed.
Unsettled weather
Roll
affecting
reduced
Thailand,
to
Strait of
acceptable
Malacca.
values.
Expect scattered squally showers and thunderstorms. High seas forecast for mid-area 10-11. Southeast veering southwest. Thundery showers, moderate to good visibility, occasionally poor.
Rifleman Bank Station, bearing
Equator to 12 south between 90 and 142,
relative.
and southward to coast. Occasional rain. Visibility moderate or poor. Sea fog warning. Delta Echo November. Southwest gale 8 to storm 10. Veering west. Severe gale 9 to violent storm 11. Rain, then squalling showers. 4 becoming moderate.
Initiating docking approach.
X-ray 9er, north 7 to severe gale 9. Heavy storms, good visibility becoming poor and showers, moderate icing. Unsettled weather affecting Thailand and Strait of Malacca. Expect scattered squally showers and thunderstorms. High seas forecast for mid-area 10-11.
Rifleman Bank
Southeast veering
Station,
southwest.
bearing
Thundery showers, moderate to good visibility, occasionally poor.
337.5 relative.
Equator to 12 south between 90 and 142, and southward to coast. Occasional rain. Visibility moderate or poor. Sea fog warning.
Stabilizing fins deployed.
Delta Echo
Roll
November.
reduced to
Southwest
acceptable
gale 8 to
values.
storm 10. Veering west. Severe gale 9 to violent storm 11. Rain, then squalling showers. 4 becoming moderate. X-ray 9er, north 7 to severe gale 9. Heavy storms, good visibility becoming poor and showers, moderate icing. Unsettled weather affecting Thailand and Strait of Malacca.
Starboard
Expect
bow
scattered squally
thrusters to
showers and
1/3.
thunderstorms. High seas forecast for mid-area 10-11. Southeast veering southwest. Thundery showers, moderate to good visibility, occasionally poor.
Initiating docking
Equator to
approach.
12 south between 90 and 142, and southward to coast. Occasional rain. Visibility moderate or poor. Sea fog warning. Delta Echo November. Southwest gale 8 to storm 10. Veering west. Severe gale 9 to violent storm 11. Rain, then squalling showers. 4 becoming moderate.
Rifleman Bank Station, bearing R337.5
X-ray 9er,
relative.
north 7 to severe gale 9. Heavy storms, good visibility becoming poor and showers, moderate icing. Unsettled weather affecting Thailand and Strait of Malacca. Expect scattered squally showers and thunderstorms.
Stabilizing fins deployed. Roll reduced
High
to
seas forecast for mid-area 10-11.
So this was a very crucial story moment for us because this was the moment when we reveal that Jensen's getting help from someone. And we wanted to, from a story purpose, you want this to be a very pivotal, important moment. You want the player to focus on it.
Yeah.
But we were limited in our cutscene budget for this. So we couldn't really do it as a cutscene and ensure that. We had to actually make it more of what we call a forced conversation.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
the conversation itself had to also react to what the player had done earlier, whether he'd played stealthy or not. So we had a lot of challenges in pulling this one off. From both a writing standpoint, but also a technical standpoint.
It was a very complex conversation to do technically because, like we did with the first conversation with Netanya, where depending on how you role play in the conversation, we have different gear, and then from then how you play the first section, the trying to exit that environment and getting to the control room to call Pritchard for letting him know that you held hostage somewhere, etc. And then, as you said, it is a reveal that the player also get help from a mysterious contact with that character on the screen, but also he's still isolated from the world because he cannot contact externally to his buddies. But yeah, technically the conversation also tracks the action of the player. Did you get seen by NPCs, by combatants and all? A very good Deus Ex type of mission scripting. So I'm pretty proud of this one. And
it was very reminiscent of the first Deus Ex because we
Exactly.
wanted this mysterious contact, like in the original Deus Ex, to help you get free as well.
Yeah, exactly. And also we had a lot of discussion trying to how do we show that character on the screen, and we at some point we wanted to have a character hidden somewhere outside of the world in an empty space and actually have a camera on his face and see an actual character, but we couldn't technically do it properly, so we basically just did this animated texture with a fake robotic voice behind, so that it ended up pretty good, but yeah, it's good.
How are we doing? Any significant damage to the cargo?
Nothing major. The storm shook us up a bit, but everything seems to have come through intact. Sensors indicate the loss of a number of pods, but well within acceptable range. We'll investigate once we dock.
Good. Barring the incident with a stowaway, a freak storm, and a visit from our friendly neighborhood crazy-eyed spook, this has been a milk run.
There have been anomalous moves, but nothing confirmed yet. But I've alerted patrols in the hold as a precaution. I doubt it's anything to worry about. Possibly some damage to the electronics due to the storm.
We'll have the Irishman get one of his men to give it a dive.
Open up!
Access granted.
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station. Aft and bow thrusters full back. Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading. Docking bay confirmed. Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station. Aft and bow thrusters full back.
Access denied.
Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading.
Access denied.
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
Access granted.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
Huh? What's that? I saw that! You're dead!
Docking bay confirmed. Aft and bow thrusters full back. Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station.
All right, here we get a some kind of a setup for Hazard. One of the things that we should have done better in the whole Deus Ex Human Revolution is trying to play around more about the yeah, the gas effect, the electric type of challenges against some of the ammunition of the player, and it directly in the cargo. I wanted to play around with it, at least with the gas, because to enforce the player using the rebooter, I basically just close up this whole section with gas and trying to add also some elements of storytelling in the environment itself. Like one of the character was caught off guard by that leaking gas, and he tried to fix it. We got even emails hinting about it. So there's a lot of stuff that we play around to have a sense of context in just a gas hazard, and not do like typical games do. Just here's a challenge. try to figure out how to pass it without sense of context. So we had some fun with it.
Beginning final approach to Rifleman Bank Station. Securing bay doors. All personnel prepare for unloading. Aft and bow thrusters full back. Docking bay confirmed.
Access granted.
what's all this bullshit about calling them unlawful belligerents? What does that even mean? Sounds like a made-up term.
Aft and bow thrusters full back.
So what we call the SAS, that type of
The security airlock system.
kind of in between door that you wait to load. When you see those type of things in games, typically it's because they're trying to load data on the other end of the door. This is what we're doing here. Basically, we made that compromise of no hard loading, so there's no hard loading in DLC. You probably noticed that. But there's those SAS, and that's a compromise. When the SAS is animating and doing all of his fluffy stuff, it's actually loading the next room, depending on the direction you goes in, which was tons of little technical development we had to do to make it work properly.
And we needed them for a couple reasons. I mean, we needed them for the loading, but we also needed them for story purposes. They kind of often serve as gates. Because we wanted to make sure that you achieve certain objectives. Like, for example, you have to go see Netanya before you can get access to the prison. And so they were kind of necessary for story purposes. I think this particular one that we're seeing first was very difficult because we also had to have the mysterious contact you in the midst of loading, which was a big challenge and a big debate as to whether we'd be able to pull that off or not.
I think it's actually interesting that we could merge story element into this type of typically technically required thing.
Sadly, Norway can set the base on alert. I may be able to buy you some time, but
So, you're a hacker.
there's a maintenance tunnel in loading bay 1. Access through a floor panel. Get inside. Follow the cables, and try not to kill the person inside.
Access granted.
At this very moment, and it's basically the end of the cargo mission, where you actually finally get out of the boat. Originally on the scripts in the game, we didn't really have any moments, anything specific or special And so we had a lot of discussion, story level design, and everything, to make it like a bit of an event for the player. So instead of just having this corridor or this like bridge or something, we decided to put a button basically, which is you trigger something and then the whole cargo doors open very slowly and reveal the main base, the secret base, this secret environment that you're gonna have to negotiate for like the next few hours of the game. So it was a very, very important moment, and it actually took a long time to develop, to make it work, make it fit, music-wise, sounds, and the whole environment, the lighting, everything. But I think it turned out very, very well.
I thought he was being kept in the hold until he could transfer to detention.
Confirmed it. However, we've also been apprised of some alarm activity on board. Nothing confirmed, but we're playing this one by the book.
At this very moment, and it's basically the end of the cargo mission, where you actually finally get out of the boat. Originally on the scripts in the game, we didn't really have any moments, anything specific or special, and so we had a lot of discussion, story level design, and everything, to make it like a bit of an event for the player. So instead of just having this corridor or this like bridge or something, we decided to put a button basically, which is you trigger something and then the whole cargo doors open very slowly and reveal the main base, the secret base, this secret environment that you're gonna have to negotiate for like the next few hours of the game. So it was a very, very important moment, and it actually took a long time to develop, to make it work, make it fit, music-wise, sounds, and the whole environment, the lighting, everything. But I think it turned out very, very well.
because of some alarm activity on board. Nothing confirmed, but we're playing this one by the book.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
We've also been apprised of some alarm activity on board. Nothing confirmed, but we're playing this one by the book.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
anyone there? What are you... I heard that. Come out.
So one of the other challenges we faced in creating the DLC with our tight time frame is that we really couldn't create a lot of new AI or new enemies, and we really wanted to make a better and a different experience for players. So we had to get really creative, didn't we, as to how we got around that?
That's right. We looked into different archetypes and all sorts of new characters, and it was very difficult for us to just get on with it and match with the story and the environment. So we decided that since it's a military base and it's supposed to be secret, it's off the grid. So it should be more defensive in nature than offensive. So no need for missile launchers and satellite connection, nukes and stuff. So we wanted to make it more like it's easy for you to, if you find it, to get in, but then it's kind of hard to get out. So these Typhoon turrets that you see turning are based on a design that you also see at the very beginning of Human Revolution, that's used on dummies in Serif Industries. So we decided that, since it makes sense that the Tyrants were there before and they stole some technologies, they probably took that technology and used it for their own use, and that's defensive in nature. So you'll see them in different corridors if the alarms are triggered. It's like one of those mechanics that we figured out would make something interesting, and I'll tell.
And there we go. So one of the other challenges we faced in creating the DLC with our tight time frame is that we really couldn't create a lot of new AI or new enemies, and we really wanted to make a better and a different experience for players. So we had to get really creative, didn't we, as to how we got around that?
That's right. We looked into different archetypes and all sorts of new characters, and it was very difficult for us to just get on with it and match with the story and the environment. So we decided that since it's a military base and it's supposed to be secret, it's off the grid. So it should be more defensive in nature than offensive. So no need for missile launchers and satellite connection, nukes and stuff. So we wanted to make it more like it's easy for you to, if you find it, to get in, but then it's kind of hard to get out. So these Typhoon turrets that you see turning are based on a design that you also see at the very beginning of Human Revolution, that's used on dummies in Serif Industries. So we decided that, since it makes sense that the Tyrants were there before and they stole some technologies, they probably took that technology and used it for, their own use, and that's defensive in nature. So you'll see them in different corridors if the alarms are triggered. It's like one of those mechanics that we figured out would make something interesting, and I'll talk.
And there we go.
Come out now!
Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering restricted schedules will be distributed as soon as possible.
So the air vents. You're about to go into the cable ducts, which is a new variant of the air vent. You had the same air vents throughout the entire game in the XHR, and we certainly realized that this is kind of annoying. There's this manufacturer which does the air vent for the entire planet.
I don't know, I like hanging out in air vents.
Yeah. So we did this new version, which is kind of the IT guys version of the air vents with cables and computers all the way in there. It was from a gameplay request at first that you have this hackable air vent, and it kind of makes sense. But yeah, from now on we're gonna try to have way more variety in narrow passageways for you
I can
players.
explain everything if you just stay where you are.
Why don't you put the gun down? Then maybe we can talk.
You think I'm stupid? You've got every reason in the world to hate me, and I've heard what you do to your enemies. Tell me, did you enjoy putting so many BT contractors into comas?
You're the one who let me off the leash.
It wasn't my choice. As a matter of fact, I think you're going to get us both killed before this is over. But if we'd left you in that brig, who'd be around to save your Dr. Reed?
What do you know about Megan?
I know the name set off way too many bells and whistles when I added it to Burke's profile search on you. But it helped me to figure out who you are and why you stowed away on the ship. You think Bell Tower kidnapped her, don't you?
You want to tell me you didn't?
I wish I could. But after what I've seen this past year, all I know for certain is she's not on the base. Not anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
Not what you're thinking. Listen, Rifleman Bank Station supports all Bell Tower operations in this region, Jensen. Regular contract and special op. 6 months ago, I received orders to pull every regular grade soldier and civilian contractor away from the airstrip. 2 Black Hawk helicopters set down minutes later. I thought it had to do with Australia, especially when I saw covered stretchers coming out.
How many?
5. Guarded by a heavily augmented special ops team. Burke went out to meet the leader and the whole group disappeared inside the detention camp. There's some kind of black project going on in there, Jensen. Something involving prisoners and scientists. And I need you to find out what it is.
Why me, Keitner? That is your name, isn't it? The one Burke used back on the ship?
Natanya Kaidner, yes. And it has to be you, because any movements I make are noted and logged. I can't risk blowing cover.
Cover? Who are you working for?
A few months ago, an Interpol agent approached me. They've had Bell Tower on their radar for some time, but they've never been able to prove anything. The things that agent pointed out about this base, it opened my eyes to a lot of things. So you see, Jensen, I really am playing the good cop and the bad cop.
I'm gonna need more information than that. Tell me about this Black Project.
I wish I could, but it's been classified. So classified every BT suit I've talked to refuses to even acknowledge its existence.
But you've seen something.
Only the edges. This station is part base, part military stockade, and every week a new shipment of belligerents arrives. Only, Interpol says they're not on anyone's terrorist watch list. Most are just civs. Harmless civs. Burke takes them into a restricted wing of the detention camp, and they just disappear.
Tell me more about these scientists.
Technically, I'm in charge of operations here, so I keep tabs on people coming in and out. Burke keeps meeting with doctors and researchers, telling me it's part of his interrogation technique.
You got any names?
None that I trust, unless the Doe family suddenly expanded into Australia and Asia. Thing is, I don't always see how they leave.
Yet you're sure that Megan did.
The Blackhawks did. Without the stretchers, but loaded with 5 stasis pods this time.
Fine. What do you need me to do?
Hold still for a second.
What the?
Relax. I'm just compiling your biometric signature. Retinal scan, pulmonary and vascular imaging, the works. Once I upload it to the network and give Corporal Alan Tyler a security rating, you'll be able to pass through specific checkpoints in this sector.
Only this sector, why not others?
Because you're a fugitive, Jensen. The less room I give you to maneuver in, the more likely it is you'll stay. I can get you into the detention camp, but the interrogation wing is going to be a problem. Only Burke can give clearances for that.
And I assume you don't want me to go ask for one.
Still the comedian. There's a security mainframe inside the detention camp's central command tower. You'll need to upload this copy of your biometrics there by hand. Contact me using your Infolink once you do. Any more questions?
I could use some more hardware. Any chance Corporal Tyler will have access to the armory?
You're still a fugitive, Jensen. I suggest you keep a very low profile. Still, there is someone who might be able to supply you. One of the base mechanics, a civilian named Quinn. He runs a nice sideline in procurement.
I know the type. Why should I trust him?
Because I do, and because he has no love for Burke. He's in the lower level maintenance area near the elevator. He'll get you what you need.
The guards in the prison complex, are they Burke's men or yours?
Definitely Burke's. Highly trained, special operatives. So if you start a firefight in there, don't expect to live long.
I'll keep that in mind. I'd like a little clarification here about you and Burke. I take it he outranks you.
Technically, yes. But this station is only part military stockade. And while he and his unit have 100% control over the detention camp, I have authority over the base.
So I don't need to worry that this is all just some creative attempt at mutiny.
Mutiny? You think I'd risk so much because... Listen close, Jensen. Burke is a sexist, chauvinist pig. And yes, he outranks me. He's also been in Bell Tower a lot longer than me, so he's got more connections. Which he's used to undermine me at every turn. But that is not why you and I are standing here right now. People are getting hurt. Innocent people. And we have to find out why and expose it.
Exposure could destroy Bell Tower.
Bell Tower used to have honor. We do this right, it might again someday.
That's all I need to know.
Good. I'll upload to the security network from here, so get going. Alan Tyler will exist by the time you reach the prison security port. Just be careful, and try not to draw too much attention. What? What do you need, Jensen? Because this is going to take some time.
That's all I need to know.
Great. Then get out of here. And contact me when you're in the prison.
So you've just had a very long conversation with Natanya Keitner, a choice conversation. One of the interesting things for us as we approached the writing for the DLC was we realized that we were very limited on our cutscene budget. I think we had 3 minutes total for the whole DLC. And we wanted to actually put more of the storytelling into conversations where the player would actually have choices. We call these forced conversations. It made it for a lot more fun for the player, I think, to experience the story through these dialogues. And it also made it a lot more fun and challenging for the writers because we had so many different variables that we had to react to with how you played the cargo, whether you were being sneaky, whether you were killing people. And we had, so these conversations in the DLC ended up being so much more longer than anything we'd written for any of the conversations we'd written in HR, with the exception maybe of the boss fights. But they were a lot more fun. But the interesting thing about this one was the room that we had to put her in.
If you look around you, you'll notice something weird. There is no door in that room, and that doesn't make sense. And we actually discussed about that during the project. Is should we put doors? But then if we put a door, that means that there's something on the other side of that door, and the player may want to try and figure out how to get there. So even though Natanya is there, you have to assume that she came in there crawling, as Jensen does, because there's no door, so it creates this fake environment.
And that's why we couldn't get her out either. We actually wanted her to leave before the player does, but we just kind of couldn't do that. So that's why she's left standing there working on a computer.
And that's why you can't have your gun in this room.
Yes, because we don't want you to shoot your only ally.
Here, if you look at the environment, you're seeing it's a good example of our new way of modeling environment after HR. After HR, all the artists were kind of sick of doing it the old ways. It was kind of an annoying way to work. So we have this environment which has a lot more polygons in it instead of textures. And if you look at the floor, you see that everything is kind of modeled a bit. Instead of mapping individual mechanical lines, we're giving a lot more volumes to the environment. We can actually push off a lot of polygons in this engine, and we didn't use that enough in the original game. We really used polygons to the max in that game. It enabled us to work much faster and create more interesting environment. The volume is there. It's just more interesting, and mainly if you think it's ugly, I don't really care. No, I do care, but it's an interesting way of working.
It's not ugly.
And it's not really ugly.
I think it's beautiful.
Thanks. I have my own complex, and yeah.
So earlier I talked about how complex the dialogues were to write for The Missing Link because they had to react to a lot of variables. The conversation with Quinn is by far the most complex of all the conversations we had to write because there were many, many things going on. Because we gave the player access to the base, because we allowed you to play the objectives in the order you want, first we had to realize that if you did not talk to Netanya, he couldn't be here. So we had to put up like a gone fishing sign, which was also a hint that he was actually on the boat waiting with you earlier. But then we also had to basically, for his dialogue, include all of these possible reactions to how you treated people in the base, whether you killed a lot of people in the base or not. We had to actually add to it a side quest because this Quinn gives you this optional side quest. So we had to have all these strings of dialogues that react to whether you found the pieces, whether you accept the dialogue. We also had to make allowances for if the player gets the social aug, then you can use the social aug against Quinn to, I forget exactly what the point was for that, but like maybe you'd get cheaper prices or something like that. And we also had for Quinn the fact that if you did the optional secondary objective inside the cargo boat, he would have to react to that. And we also, because again, we had all the ways that you could complete this, you could actually see Netanya, go into the base, do a lot of the missions for her without ever seeing Quinn. And so we had to kind of take into account for that, and we had to take into account whether you get an objective later on with this eye and come back. So this was one of those conversations that really had to be fully graphed out long before we even started writing it. And then add to that the character of Quinn himself and the flavor. So this one was a lot of fun and a lot of challenge to write and to act it out as well.
Do you need some water at this point?
Are you Quinn?
Yeah, that's me. Jensen, is it? You weren't followed, were you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I can believe that. They're having a hell of a time keeping up with you.
I intend on keeping it that way.
Well, you've certainly ruffled a few feathers higher up. It's not like they don't know you're here. Stowed away on the ship, I mean. It's only a matter of time before they bring the hammer down. Put a stop to your gallivanting on the base. I just hope I'm not near you when the iron's hot and you're on the anvil.
Look, Keitner said you can help me. Can you?
Yeah, she told me to be expecting you. But that was ages ago. What are you trying to pull here? We're risking our lives diverting attention away from you, covering your tracks. There's limits to how much we can sweep under the rug before the dogs start digging. It's a good thing she can find your clearance to this section of the base. I'd hate to see where you'd end up otherwise.
I'm grateful, but can we get on with it? I understand you run a nice little sideline in procurement.
Aye. From time to time you might say being inclined to do a little, how should we call it? Bartering. On the side. Since the commander signed off on it, I suppose I could open my stock to you. For a price, that is.
You mean I have to pay?
What? Of course you have to bloody well pay. I ain't exactly a fucking armory quartermaster down here. I'm just a civvy contractor trying to make ends meet. This ain't a bleeding charity.
Considering the circumstances.
Circumstances? What, that you're a fugitive and I'm risking my neck just talking to you? What are you trying to pull here? Although, I don't suppose you had anything to do with the stasis pod that was saved back on the ship.
How do you know about that?
Ah, so it was you, eh? Well, let's just say I have my sources and your little random act of kindness didn't go unnoticed. Tell you what, I'll give you a discount on me wares. Just no freebies or handouts. But now that I think of it, if you're looking for a little something for nothing and don't mind a little legwork, I've got an errand that could use running. Consider it a special offer of sorts. Interested?
All right, tell me about this special offer.
Look, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but this base is packing some serious heat. Especially in the form of those walking brick shithouse boxcars. If you give me a few odds and ends, I might be able to whip up a little something to make getting around easier, if you catch my meaning.
What kind of something are we talking about here?
Nothing fancy, just a 329 series MPRS.
A rocket launcher?
That's right, mate. And custom built. By yours truly, of course. See, while I might be able to get my fingers on some low-level arms, I'm a little restricted when it comes to military-grade bells and whistles. I'm itching to try out a new trigger propulsion mix. Maybe even recalibrate the guidance system for some extra punch.
I'm not convinced jury-rigged explosives are exactly my style.
Look, I'm not telling you how to do your job or anything, but you might want to consider carrying a little extra insurance while you're here. Look, all you gotta do is find me some components, and I'll do the rest. An earlier boat had a shipment of 329s, but I wasn't able to poach any of them before they made it to the armory. Luckily, a little sparrow in my employ managed to lose one through maintenance circulation, but he got himself shit canned before I could collect. Now my little bute's lying around the base somewhere in bloody pieces. The launcher, I mean, not the wee man. Though, no idea really happened to him.
Right, so, long story short, you need me to find the parts and bring them back to you.
Yeah, that about sums it up, I'd say. Just find me the trigger module, scope assembly, and launcher barrel, and we're in business. I can scrape up the rest from leftovers here in the shop.
I think I already found some of the components. Are these them?
Aye. Let me see what you got there. That's the 329's barrel. And it looks like you also managed to find the trigger module. Just one to go and we're in business. Got those parts for me?
Still working on it.
Like I said, check the cargo and receiving errors if you haven't already. And if someone managed to find one of them, you'd probably have luck searching the administration quarters.
What can you tell me about this base?
Nothing you don't know, probably. To the outside world, it's a Bell Tower Naval Logistics headquarters and supply point for their Pacific operations. Beneath the surface, though, it's much, much more.
How so?
Look, nothing personal, mate, but I prefer if the commander do most of the informing. As far as I'm concerned, the less I know, and more importantly, the less I say in this matter, the better off we all are.
What exactly do you do here, Quinn?
In a more civilized world, you might say I pass for the base's lead maintenance engineer. But if you look at it from Bell Tower's point of view, I might as well just be a glorified janitor. Pays good, though, so, you know, not complaining.
If the pay is good, why the underground market?
Well, why not? You see, civilian contractors operate under different jurisdiction when it comes to bringing outside goods into the base. So while the rank-and-file grunts can only order and receive essentials, toothpaste and the like, I, being the entrepreneurial chap that I am, from a more robust catalogue of goods and services. You know the sort. Smokes, beverages, and gentleman's literature.
How does this involve weapons?
Now, let me finish. As an enterprising fellow, I require an exchange of valuables for these slightly less than essential supplies, and often receive some very non-civilian contractor-regulated equipment in exchange, if you catch me drift. Now, normally, I launder my stock through a contact on the mainland, but a deal in Shanghai recently fell through, so lucky for you, I've got some excess inventory to move. Consider this whole arrangement a matter of fortunate timing.
And Keitner is okay with all of this?
Not exactly. You see, some time ago, the commander got wind of my little operation down here. But before she could throw me in the brig, I offered her something I knew she couldn't refuse. Information. I ain't bragging, but I'd managed to build myself quite a little network of sparrows and gophers. I'd known for a while that she'd been at odds with that prick Burke. In the end, we reached a rather simple mutual agreement. I keep her in the loop, and she keeps my neck out of the noose, so to speak.
Tell me about the commander, Keitner.
Lieutenant Commander, officially. But the grunts don't pay no mind to that. She's the commander as far as they're concerned. It's the Reds who stick to the formalities, you see. Because they're Burke's boys. The spooks. Special operations. You might say there's a bit of a division of loyalty among the troops.
Between Keitner's men and Burke's?
Aye. Since time immemorial, there's always been a rivalry of sorts between grunts and spooks. I always assumed it came down to ego. But it's different here. Probably because Burke's different.
What do you mean?
Well, for a start, the man might be a righteous prick, but he's got the respect of his men. And the higher-ups think he's a visionary based on some fancy tech he drummed up a few years back. In other words, the man's got a lot of influence and a lot of power, and Well, I don't think that old proverb needs repeating here. Buy something or bugger off. No refunds.
Access granted.
So you'll notice as you go through the base that every single room has a purpose, and it's been outfitted with a lot of the visual storytelling. This was a lot of forethought had to be put into this, and one of the things we did in the process of the game, of creating the DLC, was we would write an environmental storytelling doc. Basically, we kind of decided, okay, what is the purpose of the base? What are the purposes of every single room? And we described a lot of the things that we felt would be appropriate in a military base like this. And then we handed that off to the art team and said, here you go, have fun with it.
And then the environment guys, after a bout of crying, where they have all these little extra tidbits to do in every single room, well, we do manage that and just try to do stuff as cheap as possible so that we can convey, oh, you have this operation map here and there's stuff, and if you read the post-its, sometimes they make sense and they relate to the story. And you have some offices where you have pictures of people, and there's actually a backstory written for them, and it's really for the explorer.
And the show don't tell of the environment.
The type of player that wants to revel in those details, they're gonna have their money's worth with Deus Ex typically.
Access granted.
Security credentials must be carried at all times. You may be asked to produce said credentials by security personnel. Please comply.
Access denied.
Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering restricted areas will result in termination and prosecution. Cargo crew to Sector Alpha. Cargo crew to Alpha. All grounding orders have been rescinded. New flight schedules will be distributed as soon as possible. Be advised, new personnel should report to Security Central for biometric scan.
The security hub you have in front of you is another first for the DLC. It's not something very special, but it's a little trick that we sort of learned to do. If you look at the turrets, if you access the turrets, you can get a vision like a camera from it, but we faked it and by putting a security camera inside the turret model. So if you look at a turret outside, like in the corridor, you won't see it. But that was a way for us to actually tell the player where the turret is actually looking. So we sort of made the POV, the point of view from the turrets move at the same time as the camera. And that was the only way we could figure out how to make the security system in this room very challenging for the player and the constraints we had.
Cargo crew to Sector Alpha. Cargo crew to Alpha. encounters by security personnel. Please comply. Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering restricted areas will result in termination and prosecution. Be advised, new personnel should report to Security Central for biometric scan. Cargo crew to Sector Alpha. Cargo crew to Alpha. All grounding orders have been rescinded. New flight schedules will be distributed as soon as possible. Be advised, new personnel should report to Security Central for biometric scan. Civilian contractors must stay within designated areas. Entering restricted areas will result in termination and prosecution. Cargo crew to Sector Alpha. Cargo crew to Alpha. Security credentials must be carried at all times. You may be asked
In the room right in front of you, there's basically a security office, and there's a guard there sitting typing to a computer. He's got a conversation with a patrolling guard. And if you listen to the whole conversation, it's funny, but it also reveals that the guy's trying and trying and trying and keep on being interrupted to send an email, an update. So whether you interrupt the conversation or not, there will be an outcome on the computer as whether you send the emails or not. So if you let the conversation go completely and the guy in the room right in front of you, there's basically a security office, and there's a guard there sitting typing to a computer. He's got a conversation with a patrolling guard. And if you listen to the whole conversation, it's funny, but it also reveals that the guy's trying and trying and trying and keep on being interrupted to send an email, an update. So whether you interrupt the conversation or not, there will be an outcome on the computer as whether you send the emails or not. So if you let the conversation go completely and the guy just keeps on going this thing, you go take him out and then you read the emails, you get like a new password and everything for the room. There are all sorts of information like that, and we try to create like some of those little moments in the missing link that creates a lot of life and believability to
And this
the
one's especially important because if you let him send that email and then you read it, you get to uncover what you need to know to do the...
in the room right in front of you, there's basically a security office, and there's a guard there sitting typing to a computer. He's got a conversation with a patrolling guard, and if you listen to the whole conversation, it's funny, but it also reveals that the guy's trying and keep on being interrupted to send an email, an update. So whether you interrupt the conversation or not, there will be an outcome on the computer as whether you send the emails or not. So if you let the conversation go completely and the guy just keeps on going this thing, you go take him out and then you read the emails, you get like a new password and everything for the room. There are all sorts of information like that, and we try to create like some of those little moments in the missing link that creates a lot of life and believability to
and this
the
one's
game.
especially important because if you let him send that email and then you read it, you get to uncover what you need to know to do the hidden choice at the end of the game.
That's true.
So let him send the email.
Yeah, do. Or kill him.
Signage. In every game, you always have like those arrows with directions. Say, you have the command room there so that the player can orient himself. In the Deus Ex world and with our art direction, we already have tons of numbers and decals all over the place in the walls. Like you see on the doors, there's 4 there. The problem we had is when we have actually important signage for you guys, just you need to get this way to get to your next objective. Well, it's hard for us to make it meaningful, to make it stand out from the other signage. So we're ending up using those glowy signs, hoping that during playtest, they work that way. People tend to look at them a bit more. And it's really, I guess it would never be done that way in a base, really, but there's so much noise with this signage all over the place that it's the only way we have of talking to you.
But it ended up working really well in the playtest. People could find their way before. Yeah. And before we put it in, they just were totally lost in the base.
I'm still lost in the base.
You're always lost.
Yeah.
Access granted. Access granted. Access granted.
So right in front of you are the entrance to the detention center, and if you open those doors, you're about to come into another space. And we had to create, at this point in the game, a choke point. We wanted to open up the gameplay from the linear aspect of the cargo ship, and yet we needed to ensure that you didn't get inside the prison before you meet Netanya. So this created a lot of story issues for us, especially since when we were working on the story, we thought you wouldn't even be able to get into the base before you saw Netanya. But in actuality, you could get through the base, you could get all in through this area that you've been exploring and get all the way to this door and not have seen Netanya. So a lot of the decisions that get made when we're creating the game and creating the levels is how can we create these choke points and how can we make them make sense with the story. And in this instance, we were able to make the safe make sense because obviously Netanya has to give you some kind of a key or program your DNA into the safe so that you can get into there, but you won't be able to do that until you've seen her. But some of these things were a lot of the difficulties we had in trying to maintain the freedom and flexibility of a Deus Ex experience and yet still keep a tightly controlled story.
Access granted.
Here we are standing inside Netanya Keitner's office, our secret helper in the base. And one of the things that we do from a story standpoint is we really build these immense backstories for our characters. And then we can use a lot of times that backstory never gets revealed directly in the game. And a lot of times people won't understand it, but we can use a lot of that for fuel, for the art, for the creation. And Netanya's backstory was created by one of the narrative designers, Bruce Kelly, and he had created this whole story about her and her twin brother who died when she was 13. So if you look very closely on the desk, you'll see some pictures that are supposed to be of her and her twin brother when they were young. And and I think, as a matter of fact, he even made the password on her computer was her brother's name, although at the moment I'm forgetting what that name was. Otherwise I would tell you, so you didn't have to hack it. So a lot of those kind of simple little details get put into the game and possibly never picked up on, but here's a few you can look at.
Hopefully.
Access granted.
Keitner, any reason Burke's got a spare retinal prosthesis lying around his office?
He just received it this evening from the Tai Young Medical Corporation. HQ had a custom set made especially for him as a thanks for so many years of good service. Why?
He'll probably be real angry when he realizes it's missing. Jensen out.
So here you are standing inside Burke's office, the villain of the game, and there's an awful lot of stuff going on inside this office that relates to Burke and relates to a bunch of stuff that's going on later in the game with consequences. So, for instance, we have some new secret stashes that are here.
Secret stashes. Indeed. One of the things we tried that we didn't have time to actually play with in Human Revolution is the consequence of finding or gathering information from a boss fight or from a very, very important villain character, and actually, depending on what you do with that information and those items, to that it would affect the confrontation later. So for the missing link, we tried that, and one of the things that was brought up really early on by the level designer is to make some kind of a safe, but a secret safe. And so we really went with that idea that it's actually so hidden that you need to find a button for it, and you can completely bypass it, and it's not going to affect the game, but it would change a bit of your gameplay at the final confrontation. And what we did is, Berg's got a very special weapon. It's a golden revolver, and there's story.
You can actually read about it in the emails that are on his computer.
Exactly. There's emails and there's a description that tells you a little bit more about where it comes from and where it's there. So if the player takes it, then Berg doesn't have it later. But if you don't take it, then Berg uses it against you later. So it's a very interesting twist that happened that we tried, and then it was very popular.
Another funny thing is if you look under the desk, that's where the button is. I'm just going to tell you guys. But a funny story about that button is the button is actually our debug button that we've used throughout the game that none of you guys should really be seeing. But we didn't have a button at the time, so we were like, we got to put a button. We don't have enough time to make one. So we just put the debug button, and it worked. So. And
there's something else in this room, too.
You can probably notice there's a picture of a guy on the wall. It's actually the art director, JJB, Jonathan Jacques Beltête, who he actually painted all of those things, and he placed his own picture there, and he really wanted it to be only a placeholder, and he wanted us to replace it at some point, but we were kind of lazy, so it never happened. So his picture is there. And that's probably our fault.